Well, howdy, howdy. We're going to hang out for a little bit. What you think? This new little chat room, huh? For Checkers TV. Howdy, howdy. I see a few of you are out there. Let me see. We got. I think that Kenny was out there. I think we had. Let's see. Diane's out there. Kenny's out there. Everett's out there. Janet's out there. Um, howdy, howdy. Yeah, I kind of. And Robert's out there too. He was the first one. If you didn't get the link, Robert, I posted it again. If you can't get in the link, then you just back out of the video. You go to the comments, and then when you're in the comments, you can click the link from there. So, like I said, if you can't get to it, you just back out of this, what you're watching right now, go back to the comments, and then come in that way. Click the link, and you'll be right up in here. How you doing there, Frank? Let's see. I'm going to leave the comments rolling here. I'm sitting out here. It's dark 30, but hopefully you all can hear me good. We're not breaking up or any of that kind of good stuff. Let's see. I was talking to Michael, Optimus Prime, just a little while ago, and we were talking about some horror stories, kind of a thing that we've had driving truck, and he'd asked me, how I started out driving, what I used, and that kind of thing. Brian's out there, howdy howdy, and Everett's out there too. Cool, right on. And Pat's out there. I see everybody's out there. So I was telling him a story. I said one of the loads that I did way back when, I was actually up in New York City, is where I was, pretty close to where Matt does his stuff right now, where he delivers. It's where I was delivering, but I had was actually out on the bay, and it was wintertime, and I had a load that was tarped. And if you ain't never seen a tarp, when they get heavy and they're all icy and they're all wet and that thing, they weigh like 200 pounds because they're just covered in snow and ice, right? I'm flipping back and forth so I could read comments. How you doing there, Thomas? And this one particular load, I go, if you haven't seen how a load is done, there are actually two tarps. One of it goes on the front, one of it goes on the back, right? And you put the back on first, and then you cover the front one over the part of the back one so that it doesn't open up like a sail when you're going down the road. If you do that reversed, it opens up. Anyway, so I had undid my front tarp, right, to pull it off the front of the trailer. And as I got it uncovered, I'm undoing the back half of it and trying to get it basically off the trailer to the ground. And I get it down there and I roll it up and everything. Well, the front trailer I still had connected by a couple of bungee cords, right? And they only took half of the load off. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Say hi to Arnie.
Hi. Yeah, he's actually. How you doing? Yeah. So how you doing? As I'm standing up on top of, good. As I'm standing up on top of the load, right? It was nice and windy, snowy, the whole entire deal, and it probably had 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts being right there. Well, let's put it this way, Matt. When you go up there by where you're delivering in the can't even think of the name of the stupid thing. When you go past the GWB and you go down off the 980 or whatever that is, and you keep going down that. Yeah, when you go back past the Bronx on that same road, instead of you turning to go to where you deliver, if you kept going on that same road, you run right into the fucking ocean. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's where I had to drop my load. That is where I was. And so as I do my tarps, right, I get the back one off. I'm got it on the ground, and I climb back up on my load, and I'm sitting there trying to get my tarp because the wind was so bad it was just blowing it everywhere. Well, I didn't know that the bungee cords had broke on the front of this thing, and so a nice big gust of wind came and literally picked me up and threw me off of that trailer. And I mean, I slid down on my butt right to the pavement, right to the snow and everything. I was I was just lucky. You know what I mean? That was one of my little horror stories. But bottom line, I didn't get hurt because of it was, snow and that, but it was this being thrown in the air while you're standing on top of a tarp is a fun feeling. You know what I mean? And I've been in other places to where I've had the same thing. I had the tarp. What you guys use now is bungee cords. Way back when, we used to use strings. Okay, and instead of you doing, bungees through, they were stringers. That's what we did. So you'd string it up with rope, and if the rope ever got wet, got cold, and it broke, you'd go back there with another little piece, and you just tie it up, and you know what I mean. And that's what it does. So one particular load, I was up in Rawlings, and they had closed down the pass one night because it was snowing really, really bad. Well, as I'm sitting there in my truck, I see my whole entire ass end of my load just literally just picked up the whole tarp and threw it over the front. Right, it damn near came over my truck. That's how bad the wind was blowing. Right. Yeah. And so I had to get back up there, and I'm fighting with this thing, trying to get it back, and it's freezing ass cold, and you're doing all this crazy stuff that you guys, you don't do nowadays, but for me, being in the service and doing all the stuff that I learned, I would actually repel holding my, my straps. I would repel holding down, go face first, holding my strap, wrapped around my belly and going down. Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I would do. You guys don't do that because you don't do that stuff anymore.
I got the straps, the crank straps and load bars, but then again, what you drove flatbed.
Right. Yeah. And you basically throw your strap over it, and when your strap's over it, you can use the rest of it to actually go to the ground on the opposite side. You know what I mean? And instead of, a lot of people would go backwards, but then if you fall, you're falling on your back, and odds are you're going to be screwed. Well, if you go face first, you can let go, and then you basically got your hands and stuff to kind of stop you from hitting the ground, that kind of thing. Yeah. And so that was one of those instances where I was up on top of the trailer, and let's just say this: the smallest little tear in a strap when it's nice and wet and icy, and it breaks. Let's just put it that way. And it breaks real quick. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so, I went face down in the snow. Let's just put it that way. But, you still got to get up after you're all done wet, change your clothes, go back there and fix your load. I've had my tarps blow off my trailer, as they're blowing down the frickin' parking lot for wherever you're unloading. I've had, all kinds of crazy stuff like that happened to me driving. It's just part of what I did. I've had chains come undone. I've had loads shift, you know what I mean, to where you're doing like what Amanda does when you get the pipe loads. You're out there tearing them apart, putting them back together. The cradles that these things sit in don't work, regardless if they're lumber or whatever it is that you're pulling. Those are some of the crazy things that I've had happen to me being out on the road. I think one of the scariest things is, like I was telling Michael earlier, I was driving up the mountain. I get to the top of the mountain and I shift, and I get it up in 13. And as I'm descending, coming down the opposite side of the mountain, I go to hit the switch for my jakes, and they don't come on. You know what I mean? And it's like, holy crap. And it takes, 3, 4, 5 seconds before you realize, oh my God, I got no jake brakes. You know what I mean? And you're increasing in speed. Yeah. And the next thing you know is you got a downshift. You know what I mean? And I was like I told him, I went from 13 to 7, but I was still doing 75 miles an hour when I got to the bottom of the hill. And I was pretty much screaming at every driver on the way down, I got nothing. And you just need to move to the right. And if you don't, I'm going to pass you in the hammer lane. And I'm going to, there's no stopping this because I'm not smoking my brakes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I ended up burnt up the motor, but I did not smoke my brakes. Okay. And so I was able to stop it at the bottom, but it still coming down a mountain when you got all that weight pushing you, and that's what it is. And when you're flying like that, there's a lot of instances of you got to know what to do and how to do it, because of the trucks that are governed now. Atypically, you're shifting at like 1,300 RPMs. You know what I mean? You get a truck like a Big Pete or a Kenworth or whatever, and the next thing you know is when you're tacking this thing at 2,000 RPMs or 2,500 to bringing this thing to a stop. You know what I mean? You got to know these things, and a 10 speed is not the same as using, an 18 speed. It's just not, you know what I mean? You've got high and low, and you got to split it every time you do a gear to bring it down, and you got to clutch this thing, or you've got to rev it and float this big time, and you got to be precise on what you're doing and how you're doing it. Yeah. And if you don't, and you miss a gear, and the next thing you know is you're in neutral coming down a mountain going, pucker factor of 12, you know what I mean? And so that's some of the things. And like Michael, because he's out here by me in Vegas, I threw one of the highways out here, which is the 93, which comes from Kingman and goes down towards Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah. And I told him, I said, if you ain't ever been on that highway doing like 85 mile an hour, you'd understand. And then he said, yep, I pulled triples out of there. And I went, okay, then you understand the hill that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So there's hills all around the United States that are like that. And I've been on all of them. And there's only one hill in the whole United States that even scares me. And that was by the guy that actually taught me how to drive. And it's right out of Helena, Montana. Mm-hmm. And when you get to the bottom of the hill, there's a big old 50-foot cross down there. And that's the guy that taught me how to drive. And what he did when he started me out to drive is we parked at the very top of this hill, right? And it didn't look like a hill to me at all. It looked like it was just flat, right? Yeah. And as I'm sitting in his truck, he goes, hey, you want to try something? And I'm like, what? And he goes, there's only been 2 people that's ever done this. And I'm like, really? And now, mind you, this guy, I've been driving, 8-9 years by that time. And so when I was like, no big deal, whatever, let's just do this, get it over with kind of thing, my smart ass, mouth. And, he goes, all right, we're going to sit here. He goes, I'm going to make sure that you got enough air pressure in your brakes and everything. And he goes, then you're going to turn the truck off. And I'm like, all right. And he goes, when we're done here, you don't have the opportunity to stop this. You know what I mean? Once we start this, he goes, I'm going to give you a couple opportunities to stop. But by the time we get to the point to where we're committed, you're going to do exactly what I tell you. And if you don't, we're going to die. You still want to do this? That's what he's asking me, Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Sure. Let's do this, And he goes, all right. And he goes, how your, air pressure and everything in your truck works. And I'm like, yeah. I said, and he goes, when the valves pop, right? And I'm like, yeah, I've drove your truck enough. I know when the valves pop. And he's like, all right. He goes, so you've got air in your tanks right now. And I'm like, yep. And he goes, so what I want you to do is just release the brakes. And I'm like, we're on a flat ground. We're not even going to move. There's just nothing, right? And lo and behold, the truck starts moving, right? And he goes, don't touch the steering wheel. Just leave it alone. He goes, it's going to pull you to the center. You're going to pass the center line, and then it's going to bring you back, and you're going to hug that center line all the way to the bottom of this mountain. And I'm like, this ain't no damn mountain. This is nothing. This is all flat grade. What are we going to get 5-10 miles an hour out of here? And he goes, just watch and see. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And he goes, don't touch the wheel. He's yelling at me this whole time. Don't touch the wheel. He goes, because if you touch the wheel, you're going to jerk this thing. And he goes, and when you do that, then you got to step on the brakes and blah, blah, blah. And when your brakes get to, 20 pounds, they're going to pop, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know all this stuff, right? I know whatever the fuck. We're only doing, 10 miles an hour. And he goes, well, we're going to increase speed. And I'm like, oh, bullshit, And by the time it's all said and done, we're going down this mountain, and this whole road is 26 miles, right? 26 miles. I didn't know it at the time. I know it now, okay? But it's 26 miles. And as we start going down the road, by the time I got to about the 8-mile mark, somewhere in there, 8-9 miles, we're pretty much doing 45 miles an hour. And even that was like no big deal. But remember now, he's telling me, don't touch the wheel.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like white knuckled. I mean, my hands are like right there, you know what I mean, to grab the wheel. And I'm just like, you know, okay, what the fuck are we doing here? You know, I was pretty much freaking out, you know. And by the time that the truck got to 65 miles an hour, I was about 14-mile mark. And I grabbed the steering wheel, and he goes, don't jerk it left and right. Just let this thing roll. Just kind of, you know, finger it. Don't do nothing. Don't turn it one way or the other, right? Just let it go. And he's like, if you want to stop this, you know how to stop your truck now, right? He goes, but I'm going to tell you this. You don't step on your brakes longer than 8 seconds. You step on your brakes longer than 8 seconds, you ain't going to have brakes. He goes, so anytime you step on your brakes, you step on them like you want to step on them, but you don't hold them for longer than 8 seconds, right? Period. Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, the truck is off. I'm going down the road. So, in other words, if I step on the brakes, I got to stop this truck, right?
Yeah.
And so by the time we're going down, we get about to the, I must say about 17-mile mark, somewhere in that vicinity. I couldn't really tell you because I wasn't looking at the mile markers. I was just looking at the fucking road, because by this time we're doing like 80 miles an hour, right? And as we're going, and I'm like, you know, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You got a death wish or what the fuck? You know, that's what my brain's thinking, right? And he goes, you still have the opportunity right now to stop. You can step on the brakes, just like I told you, and stop this truck. And I'm like, what the hell? And he goes, we are going to continue to gain speed. And I all in my brain, I'm thinking, this is a flat road. How in the hell is this even possible? You know what I mean? And we're staying, it's like hugging the yellow line. That's what it's hugging. It's not going left or right. It's just staying there. And he goes, okay, now, since you understand how your brakes work, all this crap, and he's talking to me the whole time I'm doing this. By this time, I'm fucking, my eyeballs are as big as fucking Godzilla, you know. And I got a hold of this wheel because I'm like, I'm now doing, you know, 85 miles an hour, and the truck is off. You know what I mean? I didn't feel it push from the shoulder. I didn't feel any of it other than we're moving, right? And the trailer is literally pushing me. Okay. And so as we get to the bottom, he goes, all right, look, you see now we're at the 20-mile mark. He goes, and I'm like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. What the fuck, you know? And he's like, when we get down to the 23-mile mark, he said, you're going to do exactly what I tell you to do. And if you don't do that, we are going to die. And he's like, are you still want to do this? And I'm like, what the fuck? He goes, you have to do exactly what I tell you to do. And I'm like, okay, you know, by this time I'm at like 21 mile, 22 mile, whatever the hell it was. And he's like, you can still stop this truck right now. You have enough time to do it. You still can stop this truck, but you can't ride your brakes longer than 8 seconds. You got to push on them, hold this thing. It's going to slow the truck down, blah, blah, blah. But when you get to that 20 pound mark, them brakes are going to lock, and you're going to lock the truck and the trailer, right? And it's like, you're still going to be able to steer, but that's what's going to happen. You know what I mean? And he goes, you already know what happens if you've ever dynamited your brakes going 60 miles an hour for your trailer. Your trailer goes whichever way it's going to go, right?
Yeah.
And so we get to the literally 23-mile mark, and I'm like, holy shit. And he goes, all right, I need you to step on the brakes and step on it like you mean it. Right? He goes, slow this goddamn truck down. Do not hold them fucking brakes longer than 8 seconds. You release them, some bitches. He goes, and you give it about a mile. He goes, that next mile marker, you're going to step on these brakes again. By this time, imagine going from 23 miles, right, to 22 miles, to, you know what I mean? And as this thing is, I'm like, oh my God, right? And only thing in my brain is, holy fuck, we're going to die. And then he goes, at the end of this road, there is a 25 mile an hour right corner. He goes, if you don't hit this thing doing anything less than 35 miles an hour, we're going to roll it at the bottom of the hill. And as he's telling me this, he's like, can you see the thing at the bottom of the hill? And I'm like, yeah, what the hell is that? And he goes, that is a 50-foot cross at the bottom of this hill, and that is where my buddy died And I'm thinking this fucker has a death wish, right? That's more my brain automatically right from the word go, right? So as we're driving, and he tells me, the step on the brakes for 8 seconds, all that crap. By the time I got to literally, I'm going to say the 24-mile marker, right in between 24, 25, I stepped on the brakes for the second time, right? And when I stepped on him, all I did was watch the gauge because I knew his truck popped at 20 pounds, right? I knew it, right? And I only had 60 pounds left in there because I stepped on it and that's all it was left. So when I eased up, it didn't build pressure. It still had 60 pounds. So by the time I got to that last and I stepped on them fucking things for every part of me, you know what I mean? I was standing on them, literally standing on them to stop this truck. And at the same time, I'm thinking, in my brain, am I going to smoke these things? Am I not going to have nothing? Am I not going to make this corner? My brain is, I'm just, right? That's where my
Yeah.
brain's at.
Mm.
So when I get to the bottom of the hill, I'm literally doing 32 miles an hour as I make that corner. And I see that cross because I got to make a right turn and the cross is to my left, right? And as I come around the corner, he goes, pull into the side over here. And he goes, now I'm going to tell you the story. And I'm like, what fucking story? And he goes, just park the truck, And then I'm like, all right. And I park it and start it up. We're going to go to the end of the block. We're going to go down to the post office down here. And I'm like, okay, what the hell? And he goes, well, let me tell you, my buddy's the one who taught me how to drive. He goes, and I've tried this by myself numerous times. And I've only had 2 drivers other than myself ever try this. And I'm like, dude, you're fucking nuts. You know what I mean? I'm freaking out, dude. Right? You're fucking nuts, dude. Right? And he's like, I've been trying to figure this out for the longest time. He goes, because my buddy died right there. And when we got into the post office, he kept telling me there's a big mural up in the post office. And he goes, you can look at it. And he goes, what they figured is that when he hit this bottom of this hill, he was doing 105 miles an hour. And he goes, for what it's worth, the dog survived, but he did not. And the dog walked away without a scratch. Okay. He was carrying rolls of paper in the back of this trailer is what he was carrying. And he was in his mummy bag when they basically found him in his body and the rest of it. But that's where he was in his mummy bag. Okay. When the truck hit the bottom of the hill doing 105 miles an hour, it literally buried the front of the nose of the truck in the ground. When it did that, it separated the engine from the chassis immediately, separated it. Okay. When the truck went into the ground and it literally flipped, the trailer literally ripped the axles off of the frame of this truck, right? That was what it did. Snapped the kingpin in fucking half, right? And because this thing was upside down, what they figured is the dog was sitting in the front and he just pushed. He probably had either the trailer brakes locked or the tractor brakes, just one knob, and the dog pushed on it, and that's how it started to roll. And that's what he did to me at the top of the hill, right? And it's just had me release the brakes, okay? So that's what they figured. Well, when the thing flipped upside down, because of it flipping, it put the dog right on the ground, right? And he figured that the windshield popped and the dog just walked out of it, right? And he goes, everybody had their own suspicion. Well, maybe the dog came down from the mountain up there 26 miles back behind him and got down here by the time that everybody in this little town saw all this, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, there was no way because the dog was standing there before the people got there. So they know that the dog was in the truck, right?
Yeah.
He goes, but that was their theory for a long time. And so when I'm standing there in the post office, and have you ever seen an airplane when it crashes? It makes like a giant V and it throws shit to one side or the other, right?
Yep.
Well, that's what it looked like with these paper rolls, right? That were in this truck. They scattered just like that, and there was paper all over this thing. And when the trailer caught the top of the frame as the truck's upside down in the ground and caught the top of the frame of the trailer, ripped the fucking the tandems off this thing, threw them a quarter mile in the air, and they landed in the ground, didn't even bounce. Okay, sunk in the ground 6 feet.
Wow.
Right, so that meant that it threw that thing probably 500 to 600 feet in the air for a quarter mile, and then it came down and landed in the ground and did not move. Right,
Yeah.
and I was just looking at this in awe. And he goes, "That's the dude that taught me how to drive." And from that point, I had never been scared of any hill everywhere in this whole United States ever. I'd never been, after that moment, scared of driving because I knew exactly what to do and how to do it. Okay, so that was the guy that taught me how to drive, even though I'd been driving for 8, 9 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And so, all the crazy horror stories that I've seen for people jackknifing their trucks and doing this and doing that because they don't know their trucks. They don't get out and they don't check them out. Even you, when I watched you go through and you got out and walked around your shit, you know what I mean? I see what you do. You know what I mean? Because I watch. You know what I mean? I see the same thing with every driver on here when they stop, what they do, what their habits are, all that kind of stuff. And I keep telling everybody forever and ever, when you're fueling, get out, walk around your truck, look at your tires, look at your stuff. It doesn't take you but 5 seconds because you're what are you going to do? Stand there, watch it fuel? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
when I fuel up,
so
I always walk around the truck whenever I fuel up. There's always something that could break.
I know.
You
So that's one of my little stories that I tell. That's one of a few. There's a few other ones. I mean, I had one night I was coming up the same 287 that you've seen Dennis drive a few times now coming up. And as I was driving, there's a big old chicken plant off to one side when you get to the Texoma border right there. And it was foggier than all get out. Right, it was just foggy that night. And I'm rolling along, and you know how fog looks when it's on the highway, and it kind of looks like it's rolling, right?
Yep.
And I'm getting closer and closer to this, and it looks white as all get out, like fog does when it's just bright white. And the next thing you know, all I hear was thump, 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 and I'm like, what in the hell? It was chickens. I literally ran into a whole flock of chickens that were crossing the road that got out of that plant back there. And it's no lie, I'm telling you, my truck smelled like KFC for a week, dude.
Oh,
I could not get rid of that smell I didn't care how many times I washed it, used a brightener I could not get rid of that smell, right? And so every time Dennis, when he drives past there, I'm like, wait till it's foggy one night and you run over some chickens or you hit a dead tree that's fell over the road or something, and you crush it. And you're like, oh my God, or you hit a gator, right? In the middle of it, you run over somebody's tire, right?
Lesson learned. I've hit.
So, I mean, that's what that is, I mean, those little things like that.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Remember this, just for what it's worth. Everybody teaches you, if you're going to run into something, turn your wheel, avoid it, don't hit that car, don't hit that whatever. Okay. I'm going to tell you what happened to me one time going down Interstate 80. Not too far before Walcott, actually, which is the biggest truck stop used to be in the world, right? And I'm at one sunny day just driving down, and in the distance I can see a car ahead of me because it's only 2-lane, right? 2-lane, east and west, right? So I'm in the slow lane, driving normal, 70 mile an hour, just cruising along, and the dude in front of me, which is probably, I'm going to say, between a quarter and a half mile in front of me, all of a sudden I can see a little puff of smoke, right? Just a little puff. And I thought, okay, well, I don't know if he just blew something or whatever. And the next thing you know is he's slowing down. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, I get it. You got a flat tire. By this time I've kind of caught up to him. I saw what happened, that kind of thing. And so as I get up and I'm getting closer to him, he starts heading for the shoulder. Okay. He had popped the right front tire is what he popped. And as he exited the pavement onto the dirt, The minute he hit that dirt, he was probably doing 30, 35 miles an hour, I would imagine, something like that, because everybody tends to head for the shoulder when you got a flat tire, right? That's what you automatically do. Boom, you just dive for it, right? No matter how fast you're going, that's atypically what your brain says to do, right? And I watched this guy as soon as he exited the pavement to the dirt, his car started doing donuts, right? And I mean straight up donuts. That's all I saw was smoke, right? Well, I'm still kind of slowing down. Well, what I didn't realize was there was trucks behind me. I knew there was one. That's all I saw in my mirrors because he was right on my butt. You know what I mean? And as I'm slowing down, he decides he's going to pass me. And at the same time that's all happening, this little minivan passes him doing like 80 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
This little minivan could not see that this guy that was to my right had a flat tire that was exiting. He couldn't see any of this stuff. And the next thing that happened is that car that's doing donuts hits this light pole, right? And the light pole comes down across both lanes of traffic. I have a full load of timber on the back of me, right? Now, mind you, I got a headache rack, the whole deal, tarped, the whole 9 yards. The minivan does not see that pole fall because he's like on my ass end of my trailer. He can't see it, right? But as he passes me, then he realizes he sees all the dirt. But he did not see the pole fall. So as he starts kind of slowing down, the guy that is behind me in the truck gets over in the lane because the dude behind me can't see nothing other than the fact that I'm slowing down, right? So he decides to pass me. What happens after that is literally when that pole hit the ground, that minivan did not have enough time to stop in his lane, right? Because of how the pole fell kind of a diagonal, right?
Yeah.
When that thing fell across the road, that little minivan decides he's going to cut in front of me. By this time, I have locked up my truck. I'm telling you, I stepped on them brakes like there was no tomorrow, right? Because this little minivan had nowhere to go. And he was now in front of me. And the guy that was to my left, when I locked my shit up, he then passed me. In a minute that he passed me, he locked his shit up. Well, he didn't. He was next to nothing as far as weight-wise, and he was actually able to slow down pretty much the same time as me. Yeah. When I came to a stop, I was 6 inches from the side of that little door on the minivan, right? And all I saw was Grandma in the back seat, the very, very back seat, right, of the minivan. What I saw was Grandma right there. I saw the two kids that were sitting in the center seats, and I saw Mom sitting in the passenger seat, and every single one of them had their hands up like, please don't hit me, right? I wasn't taking the dirt because I already knew what would happen if I would have took the dirt, right? Not only would I probably have killed everybody because the minute a truck hits the dirt, especially if it's soft, that thing's going to do whatever it's going to do. And if you think you're going to ride it out, you're nuts, okay? So as we all come to a stop, I am telling you that Grandma was shitting brass tacks in the back of that thing, right? The two kids didn't even realize what was going on, but Mommy up front knew, right? Because my driver's side of my of my truck was to the center of their minivan, right? They couldn't have moved one way or the other, because if they would have stopped any time sooner in their own lane, the guy behind him in that big truck would have run into him, right?
Yeah.
Now, what I didn't know until after it was done, because by this time I'm fucking pale as a ghost thinking I almost killed these people, right? That's how close, 6 inches. And I mean literally 6 inches. That wasn't the scary part. The scary part is what I didn't see behind me, because I was watching everything that was going on in front of me and sort of to the side with the other big truck that was there. Okay. What ended up happening is when I stopped and I sat there, the guy in the truck next to me, he got out and started asking if everybody's okay. He ran over to the guy that hit the frickin' power pole, because by this time that dude's out of his car walking around going, what the hell just happened, right?
Yeah.
And as I'm still sitting there going, oh my God, oh my fucking God, right? I was freaking the fuck out. Another driver comes from behind me. He knocks on my door and he sees me sitting there, right? I open up my door and he's like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, "Dude, this could have been so bad." And he comes to me and first thing out of his mouth, he goes, "Oh no, you have no idea." And I was like, "What?" He goes, "Come here, I want you to look at something. I'm driving the truck that's right behind you." I get out of my truck, I walk to the ass end. There is a nitro truck full of 80,000 pounds of nitro that is not even 1 inch off my DOT bar.
Ooh.
Not even, I couldn't put my fingers between the front of his truck and the ass end of my truck. And this is his exact words to me. He goes, "If there would have been one spark right now, if I would have hit your truck," he goes, "we would have leveled everything within a 5 mile radius. It would all be gone." You want to talk about an oh shit moment?
Yeah.
There's an oh shit moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And from that point, I ended up having to call my dispatch because I flat spotted 6 of my tires. Okay, 6 of my tires I took from being, having a tread. If you ever measured a tread, it's 3/4 of an inch, which is 18 on a feeler gauge, 18 fucking millimeters, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, millimeters.
Right. I flat spotted to where they were bald. Flat spotted them. Okay.
Ooh. Wow.
And so what the nitro truck driver told me, he goes, "This is what I saw." He goes, "When you locked up your stuff," he goes, "I stepped on my brakes. The guy that was behind you had moved over, and he goes, and all I saw was your trailer just leaving skid marks." He goes, "I was going to go into the other lane around you until I saw that guy lock him up." He goes, "By that time, I didn't have a choice but to just literally lock my stuff up." And he goes, "And all I kept doing is watching the back of your truck getting closer and closer to the front of mine, going, oh my God, right?" And he goes, "And as I walk around the front of your truck," he goes, "I couldn't see the minivan because I didn't know where it went. I thought maybe that was the problem or something had happened or whatever." He goes, "I didn't see the guy that got the flat tire because," he goes, "it was you, that guy, and me, and we were all right there." And I said, "I couldn't see you." He goes, "That's because I was to the one side." And he goes, I knew you were there because I could see your shadow, right? Because you could see the shadows, you know what I mean? A couple of trucks up, right? And I couldn't see him in my mirrors. All I could see was the guy behind me because he was like piggybacking my driver mirror. And so when it was all said and done, we ended up, me and the other two drivers picked up that big old light pole, moved it out of the way so that all the traffic could go, right? That's what we did. And then I ended up stopped at the Sap Brothers is where I stopped and got new tires put on my truck and my trailer because I flat spotted 6 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the name of that.
Yeah. Wow. Those are hell of stories. Yeah.
Mr. Levi there. I'm one of your admin, by the way. If you ain't blocked, you soon will be. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Yeah, I was about ready to
Okay.
a couple of those that came up here.
Yeah, I imagine he is probably done. I've been sitting there watching his stuff, whatever your name is. There's a couple of you in here.
Yeah.
But
3. So.
I am one of your admin on here, and there are admin in here that are watching you, and they will block and they will ban you. And whether you think it or not, if you've got people attached to you, we will catch you, and that's the name of that. So just call it good and remember that.
Oh man.
So there's a couple of my stories, and that's just a few out of the 30 years. You know what I mean? So my
major deal happened to me. That's pretty much it. so far.
Well, you know when you go over the George Washington Bridge right there, and you could take that very first exit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay, and when you take that exit, you have one choice. You can make a left turn, or you can go straight to a dead end street, and the cross traffic that comes from your right comes from a one way street, and then does what it does right there.
Yep.
Okay, and I watched a flatbed one time. As I got up there, I was hauling a big old aluminum coil. Right, that those things are worth about $1 million, is what they're worth.
Wow.
And as I come off that exit, what I saw was about 10 or 15 guys standing on the back of this guy's truck as this big old roll came rolling off the back of his trailer, right? Because they were trying to steal it. When that thing hit the ground, it sunk in the ground about 2 feet. Okay, and then I was like, oh my God, I'm rolling up on this. I'm carrying the exact same load as this guy, and I had to pass him on the right. I did not stop at the little stop sign that's there. I literally continued to make a left turn. There was a little car that was parked right there that I took out this car to turn right there. And I mean, I took it out, 100% took it out. As I kept going down the road, I ended up called 911 because of this driver that was back there, and because of them being so many people back there, I was not going to stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I did call 911 to make sure that happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's I have a few other stories that are like that, as far as the crap that's happened. Been through a couple of riots, been through a couple of call it picket lines, if you want to call it. You know what I mean? Because the people went on strike, and I didn't know it, and I had a load that had to be delivered, and they didn't want it there, that kind of thing. I've had other things for protesters, just all the crazy stuff that you see. I've experienced little bits and pieces of all of it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's driving. That's what the people don't see. And no offense, that's the stuff that I'm not going to put on the Truckers TV, because that's what goes on your wall of shame, or all the crazy crap that happens on all the other platforms. Okay, I'm just telling you from personal experience. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And if that in itself doesn't make you listen and realize, I don't know what else will. If you can watch all the videos on all these other platforms, and you see it day in, day out, trucks hanging over sides of bridges and
Yep,
all this kind of stuff.
Yep, plenty of times.
I've seen them upside down, burning on fire. I've seen smoke breaks. I've seen loads go up right next to me. I was at a fuel aisle up in Bach. Let me think. Where the 55 and the 57 split. I can't remember the stupid truck stop right there, but it's across the street from the Loves. I watched that go up in flames. Right, and it was all these stupid things that you see, and I don't record that. I don't want to show that, because I'm not going to show somebody dying. And my experience with that is this: my uncle passed away driving truck about a quarter mile in front of me, and I didn't know it was him until a week later. And I saw the whole thing happen. He was a log truck driver right there just outside Oklahoma City. And he tried to avoid a car, lost control because he didn't want to hit the car, because the car was getting all squirrely on all the lanes, because of snow and ice.
Yeah.
And he put him upside down. The logs rolled off of his trailer right on top of his cab and pinned him, and that's where he died. And I sat there on the interstate for a couple hours before they came and opened everything up. Helicopters flying, all the rest of the junk. And that was my experience. And from that point, I never wanted to ever watch any of the bad stuff that ever happened in the big truck, because I knew what it was. I've been in truck stops, had people in the truck right next to me die while everybody was sleeping. Wake up in the morning, I'm sitting there doing a 34. The guy next to me ain't moved. Next thing you know, is the people from the truck stop are coming out, knocking on his door, because his company called and said his truck is there, but he ain't moving. We tried calling him, but he ain't answering. and the next thing you know, the cops are out there, and the next thing after that, the EMTs come, and then the coroner comes, and that's what they do, and then they bring your, out of a truck in a body bag, put you on a gurney, and take you in the corner down to the morgue. I've seen that many, many, many times. Okay, my advice: eat better. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say. Eat more salads, eat more rabbit's food. You're not going to die from eating rabbit food, but you want to have like Dennis, a 5-pound steak. No offense, looks good, but that's a lot of shit in you that will kill you. And because truck drivers do not get off their butt to do anything in a truck stop, they always want the easiest route. They park in the front row. You see the guys weigh 300, 400, 500 pounds driving trucks, and those are the guys that should be parking in the back of the truck stop, walking, right? Mm-hmm. And that was what I always did. When you see a video of mine, if I'm parked up front, it's because that's where I had an easy in, easy out, whatever time it was I got there. But atypically, I parked in the back row. I parked out away from all this so that I had to get up in the morning to go to the bathroom, to go take a shower, to go eat. I made a point to where I had to walk. I got out of that truck. That is what I did. Okay.
I do that all the time too.
Those little things. This is the serious part of me now, other than just being the funny, ha ha. Okay, those serious things that you have to pay attention to, and you can look at the drivers, and atypically, you can see the ones that are overweight, the ones that are not healthy, that are not eating good, the ones that are not doing the stuff. They get in the truck, they drive it, they go home, they sit. They don't get out, they don't go do. And you've heard me say it. Open the door. Go outside. I don't care if it's cold. I don't care if it's hot. Go outside. You got to get some exercise. If you can't see me right now, I'm standing outside because it's beautiful. It's probably 72, 73 out here. Yeah. But I still had to walk from the front door to get over to here. I still have to do these things, okay?
Yep.
You have to. I don't care if you're doing push-ups in your truck, sit-ups in your truck, whatever it is, you got to do these things to keep the blood.
Stuff, I've seen guys with like bars and everything, and they're weightlifting, and they're, they do it.
Yep. I watched this one guy, and it was the only time in my life I've ever seen this guy. And for what it was worth, he probably weighed between 500 and 600 pounds. Don't ask me how he could get a DOT physical card, because I have no idea. But what I saw was this. I pulled up to the fuel aisle, and I see this guy, and he's standing there pumping fuel. What I didn't see is when he got in and out of the truck, because he was fueling before I got there. But what I did see is when he opened up his door and all the trash and all the crap come falling out of his truck, because he grabbed a ladder to put where his steps were so that he could walk inside of his truck, right? And as he got inside, sat in the seat, he grabbed his little ladder and threw it to the back of his truck, right? And the only thing that come to my mind is, dude, that's like a health hazard, because if you die while you're driving down the road, you're going to take somebody else out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I feel everything you're saying, Arnie. It is so the truth. So the truth. I've been listening for a while. That's some scary stuff. That nitro truck.
Right. All right. That is a pucker factor of like 20, dude. I mean, hi.
Hello. Hi, Matt. How you doing, Matt?
Brandy, chocolate milk, Brandy. Michael, how you doing, buddy? Good to find you.
Doing good. No, Mom, it's the second mic. Yeah. Yeah, I'm back home. Dropping off. Yeah, we're in Vegas. Made it back finally.
Right on.
What you up to tonight, Ronnie?
Actually, I'm just sitting out here. I had a little bit ago when I was talking to Dennis and everybody, and I started reading the comments that were on the other live feed, and I saw everybody wanted me to come in and start telling some stories and stuff. So I figured I'd just pop in here and kind of go there for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
And
may have to do the StreamYard because this is awesome. Where you get, it's better than just watching you talk too, and then try to interact with the comments.
well, I mean, some of the stories, I hope people learn at least a little bit of something. And I mean, what do you say? I mean, everybody here is helping, pay it forward by teaching people what we do, how we do the things we do.
Exactly. I try to educate people on driving when I'm doing it because I'm like constantly having that. I mean, if my streams, like today, Tosh was even saying that she got in the truck. I had picked her up in Ontario, and I swear, right after we turned to get on the 10 at Ontario right there, dude cut me off, completely come out of the left lane, completely cut me off at the light, and just, I forced me to stop, or he was taking off our front end. And it's just the crazy stuff. Like, I try to educate people, like, stop driving so crazy around our trucks. Just stop.
Yeah, well, you can look at when Jesse was up there not too long ago, and he had somebody run into his truck as he was parked right there.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys heard on my stream. I was trying to tell you about that story. I don't know if you heard it very well, but that one story where the lady ran into my rear axle on the second trailer and then tried to say that I forced the trailer over onto her in the right lane and put it back in the center lane.
Yep. Yep.
I'm like, so I asked the cop, I said, so how did I physically take my trailer from the middle lane, throw it into her car in the right lane, and then put it back in the center lane, only 10 feet off to where I turned? There's no physical way. You ask any truck driver that knows that has got any common sense, and I don't think he's going to answer your question like that.
I had the same thing happen to me, but it was a guy on a motorcycle, and as I was making the right turn, what ended up happening, because it was down in California, and that's usually sandy beaches, sandy roads, that kind of thing, and he literally slid, and he got behind my dolly, and the rear trailer is where he got, and he when he laid it down, he didn't roll. If he would have rolled, I would have ran him over, because I literally ran over the bike.
Ooh. Ah, man.
Dang. You were breaking up. I was trying to hear you. I was in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Up, you went away.
Am I still breaking up?
No, I hear you crystal clear.
Oh, yeah. So that's basically what happened. Is he slid in between my dollies and my rear trailer, and when I made the corner, because of the motorcycle sliding into me, because he tried to lay it down, you know what I mean, but the motorcycle slid, so I ran it over. I mean, because I didn't see that he was there, for starters, and when he slid, that's exactly what happened. Luckily he stopped, and as I made the corner and I saw the trailer go thump thump and heard all the noise, I stopped, but I still got the bike. You know what I mean? It was just, I just ran it over. I destroyed it, period.
Yeah.
But it wasn't anything that I could do. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like your case to where the lady got money out of it. And after the fact, that guy didn't get nothing. He ended up having to pay for a couple of tires, is what he had to pay for.
Yeah. Well, I got. I think I have. I've told this story before, and I may have told it on my stream to people one time or another. But before I even joined Truckers TV, this incident happened over the winter, and the Pocono Mountains can get some serious snow squalls and stuff like that during the winter. And
yes,
this is the trip that I took to Shelby. I was on my way to take on this assignment, Shelbyville, Indiana, and I'm just climbing up the mountain, doing my thing, keeping my distance. Traffic's in a line. They're all over the place. Everyone's kind of weaving in and out of lanes, stuff like that. I'm trying to just keep distance. I'm doing like maybe 30, if that, miles an hour up this this mountain, and trying to just keep a decent speed and rolling along and yada yada. Car comes up besides me and gets into the lane. So that lane on the right side starts to slow down. All right. So I'm like, I had enough distance to change the lane and get over to the left lane, because I was like, if I could do 25 up the left lane because everyone's doing a whole lot slower than the other, I'll do it. So I did. I changed the lane. So I changed over to the left lane. I'm just going up nice and slow. This guy cuts right in front of me. Okay. He does this. He goes like right in front of me. And
right.
He slowed down. Like he slowed down because he got stuck in the snow.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I had inches between my bumper of the box truck and his car. Otherwise, he would have sailed in the air. I took the ditch. And I took the ditch, and I got stuck in the... Now, mind you, the truck is basically this right now. It's like on its side. It was very I have pictures of this if you ever want to see it. I was in such fear of that truck tipping over that I decided to exit the truck and get out and stand on the side of the road away from the traffic, away from the truck, so that if it did tip over, there would be a less likely chance of me getting hurt or injured or whatever. And I'm calling up my boss, dispatch, and guys, and everybody. I'm like, yeah, we have a little problem. I took a ditch and yada yada, and I called up. There's a tow company right outside of Tannersville, Pennsylvania, and they came and pulled me out, but that wasn't until like 3 or 4 hours later. So I'm out there, and the snow's falling really hard, and I'm just standing on the side of the road, freezing my ass off. And I think that was probably one of my scarier moments of driving a truck.
I'll tell you what one of my scariest was. I was actually coming down the 85, and I had to go all the way down into Texas is where I was coming, but I had to run from the 95 where I picked up my load over to the 85, come down 85 coming into Alabama, right?
Yeah.
And that was when Katrina was basically going on. Now Katrina was supposed to hit the Gulf of Texas is where it was supposed to hit, right?
Yeah.
They were talking about it for 2-3 days before it actually made landfall. Okay, so I come down and I get into Alabama, and I park at this old truck stop that is no longer there. Okay, and as I'm sleeping, you've been in a truck when it's windy and it's raining, the truck starts rocking and all that kind of crap, and it sounds like a freight train inside there because of the rain hitting it so bad, And so there I'm sitting, and as I wake up, my alarm goes off. I get up, and as I get up, when I had parked there was a bunch of trucks, right? And it's a small little truck stop, probably only held 15-20 trucks tops, right?
Yeah.
And it's down in a little moat kind of thing, and the truck stop was up on the hill. You know what I mean? So you parked down in the bottom, and the truck stop was at the top of the hill. But all the way around that thing was like a little mountain, if you want to call it that, right? Just like a moat or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
And so when I went to sleep, raining and all the rest of it, I didn't realize that they had changed where Katrina was going to hit. Okay, so when I woke up, what I saw was all the rain and crap, and I turned my truck on, and my truck starts making this, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with my truck? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you've never had your truck deep enough to where the fan hits the water, that's how deep the water was in my truck. Okay. And so when I started up and heard that, I was like, what the hell? I turned my windshield wipers on, and even though I got them on low, I can't see shit because it's just water's just pouring everywhere. Right.
Yeah.
And so I turn my lights on and all that, and I can't see nothing, just nothing. Right. Well, I remembered where I had parked and everything, you know, and I kind of remembered this and this. Well, when I turned my lights on, I could see something in front of me, but I didn't know what it was. So I turned the high beams on, had my windshield wipers going full blast, and then I can realize it's a truck over there, but I'm looking in between me and the truck, and I'm like, what in the fuck is this? You know what I mean? And I'm thinking, oh my God, what is that, water? You know what I mean? And I'm realizing my motor's running, the fan's going, and I'm like, there's water in this thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I'm not, it doesn't even dawn on me, you know, turn on the radio to see what the hell's going, just nothing, right? So as I open my door, because I'm going to get out of my truck, right? I was going to get out and go see what the hell was, what this all was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as I open my door, I realized there's nobody parked next to me anymore. There's nobody in this truck stop except me. There's no lights in this truck stop. There is no nothing, right? And I'm like, holy crap. Well, I start to roll my truck forward because I knew how to get out of this place. But as I got to where the truck was in front of me and my high beams are on, I'm like, this thing's full of water, and the water is almost up to my steps. That's how high the water was, right? To my very top step, almost going to come in my truck. And so I'm honking my horn because I see this truck in front of me, and I'm honking my horn. I turn on my radio, and I'm like, dude, this place is flooded. We got to get out of here, right? Nobody answers, nobody, nothing. And I must have sat there 2, 3, 4 minutes or whatever, honking my horn, figuring this dude's got to hear it if he's in there, you know, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so I go back and I get on Interstate 10, and what I see is I'm going westbound on Interstate 10, and everybody and their mother is going the opposite way, right?
Yeah.
And I even though my CB's on, nobody's talking about Katrina. Nobody, just nothing. So I'm driving on the interstate, and I'm literally driving into Katrina. Okay, when I got down into Louisiana, because of me being woke up, when I actually realized what the hell was going on, that I'm in some kind of nasty storm and everything's flooding,
What's up, fellas?
I'm not getting off the interstate, you know? What we got here?
What's up, Matt?
I don't know who we got.
Earl, oh my God.
What's up, Arnie?
Finally get to meet you, Earl. How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
I'm doing real good.
I'm doing good.
Wow.
I figured out what I was doing wrong. I had the regular stream on and the TV stream on. I was getting a bad echo. It's going nuts.
You're loud and clear.
Yeah, you're still kind of breaking up on my end.
Oh, am I?
So, yeah. Well, see, how you can fix that is you go in and you clear the cache and the data on your phone, right? That's all you got to do is clear it, and then you can come back in, and it will free up all the stuff. Because when your phone starts getting full, it doesn't want to put out normal, so it starts to buffer like you're losing signal, like you're watching a video. You know what I mean? Buffers, right? And that's what it does.
I'm using a laptop. I'm using a laptop.
I'm
using a laptop.
On your laptop?
A Surface.
Wow. Well,
I'm using a Surface.
Are you using the Google Chrome, or are you using a different browser?
I'm using Google, yeah. But I'm using Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi. Maybe I need to be hardwired, huh?
Yeah. If it was hardwired, it'd be better. Usually on a laptop, you only get 54 kilobytes. That's all you get, you know, as far as your signal goes. And so it depends on your upload and your download speed to what you can do and what you can't do. The program what this is actually like a PC hog or a data hog, if you want to call it that. That's what it is, you know. So it's just the program itself. But
Earl, oh man, I'm finally glad to meet you, man.
Yeah, I've been trying to catch up to you.
my fan right there. Every time I stream, he's saying hi. I love it.
Yeah, you got me drinking chocolate milk again.
Yeah, right.
Love it.
Oh, yeah, you guys know.
Well, I'll tell you what ended up happening.
I'll
tell you what ended up happening. Well, by the time it was all said and done, I drove from Alabama all the way to Beaumont, Texas, is where I stopped. It was in Beaumont, right over the bridge. I drove 18 hours that particular night. My dispatch freaked because you're only supposed to drive 10 or 11, and I drove 18. Well, by the time I had realized that I was actually driving through the hurricane, there was nowhere for me to go other than I'm not getting off the interstate because everything on everywhere is full of water. Well, by the time I got to basically Beaumont, Texas. Now, mind you, I was carrying a flatbed and I was empty, okay, because I was empty. I was going from where I was to way up yonder to go down here to pick up a load, and it was paid
everybody. You say it sounds
real good.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, cool. So when I ended up, by the time I got to Louisiana, I was going through the backside of Baton Rouge, and it was early in the morning, like 5 o'clock. The sun was just coming up, that kind of a thing. And what I came across was this dude in this little itty bitty skip boat, you know, the kind that they do like for gators and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
And he was literally on the side of the freeway because the water was all the way up and over the freeway, and I was just driving through it. You know what I mean? I wasn't going very fast, but when I stopped, this guy was trying to head for the dry part of the freeway.
Yeah.
And
hey, Robert,
I ended up took him. Robert pushed that button, killed that power right there. We're done. Yeah. There's them reactors out there, boy. They get real hot, you know. Oh, we gotta shut them down. Yeah, somebody's taking too long of a shower here. It's all right. We know. It's all good.
Yeah.
But I took that family all the way into Beaumont, Texas with me. I loaded up their boat on the back of my flatbed and I strapped it down, took them into Beaumont, Texas to where their relatives were. And that was pretty much the name of it.
Yeah. Cool.
So I said, I've done this so many times, you know, helping people. I mean, old guys hitchhiking on the road, you know, when it's freezing ass wintertime and they're holding the sign, they're going to go to someplace else. You know, I've given guys standing in shorts, literally up in Baltimore. The guy's trying to get down towards Florida. I'm running the 95 going south, and he's standing out there, you know, 30-degree weather in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, you know, no shoes on, no nothing, holding the sign. I'm trying to get to my family. You know, that's all I'm trying to do is get to my family. And, you know, I'm bottom line, you know, because of me being owner op, I could do that. You know, company drivers, not so much. You know what I mean?
I can.
But me being owner op, I could do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
This is our.
No. What do you say?
Little goob. Right there. Yeah.
Goober is our little kid for now. It's our child.
Yeah, it's our cat. It's a good girl.
Yeah. Yeah, well, my little puppy dog's standing there down at my feet.
She hears you talking, so she's got to be involved, you know?
Yep.
Is that what it is?
Hey, Robert,
I don't think kitty cat.
clown.
I can do a couple meows.
She's very friendly.
Yes.
And she hears and we are, like, me and her sitting here just kind of listening to you, and she's like, nope, I got to be involved. And she sees the cameras. She's smart.
Yeah.
She's a stupid cat. She sees it. She's like, oh, I got to come over. Be a part of the audience, too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Robert, you heard of you've heard of OTR drivers? He goes, I'm city over the road, over the yard, or whatever. What do you wrote there?
Goobers.
Over the yard. Wow. Yeah. Oh, man.
Eat a goobers. Look, she sees her.
So that's just a few of my stories for tonight. I figured I'd pop in and let everybody listen to me yap for a little bit.
All right. Appreciate it. I love hearing the stories.
Yeah, we love your stories.
Damn campfire.
Awesome stories. Awesome.
Yeah, one day. Well, I no offense, but I really want to try to get back to driving truck. I mean, last couple days, you know, I've been jumping in the pool, don't get me wrong, but I also been helping one of my buddy's friends over here, and the road to get out to his place basically just tears up my insides really bad. You know what I mean? And I mean, imagine driving down a road. All you got's a 2-lane dirt, dirt road. That's all it is dirt. And when the grader comes out and grades, you get the little bumps, and that's all it does. Brrr. Well, then when you get all this rain we just had that washes out the road, and you're pulling a trailer behind you, it's got a big old backhoe on it, and so it took its toll on me, and when yesterday happened, and I jumped in the pool, I had my Bluetooth in my ear. So I had to go down today and go get me another Bluetooth. Well, for me to go get another Bluetooth, it's an hour one way. Okay. So after all the stuff I did here the last couple of days, the swimming, all the rest of it, I'm beat. You know what I mean? But bottom line, I'm trying everything I can do to make my legs work, because I want to get back into a truck. You know what I mean? It's what I've done. And it's like, it got taken away from me. You know what I mean? That's what happened. And I'm doing everything I can to get back. To what I do. So, and I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but that's what I want. To be able to get in a car, drive down a road again with them not being hurt, not being pain, not be, Can I tell you?
Yeah, never give up. Don't ever give up.
Don't give up is right.
Oh no, I'm never. I mean, when I had to teach myself how to walk. I mean, and I look at it from that standpoint to where I was walking, and I call it the old man shuffle, because that's what I was doing, was the old man shuffle. And man, when I watched, I ain't even kidding. I watched this old man. He was probably had to have been 85, 90, somewhere in there. He was just really, really old, right? When I watched him walk past me like I was standing still, and I felt like I was going 100 miles an hour with my legs just to go into town, I'm just bebopping and I'm trying to get, and he just come just strolling past me, and I was like, holy crap, then I realized at that point that I was screwed up, right? Yeah. But I didn't care. I've been smiling ever since, you know what I mean? It's not going to slow me down. It's just a little speed bump, I'm just on a step over it somehow. Keep on going, doing what I do. Yeah.
That's good.
Yep, that is good. Yep. Keeping a positive mind is good too. Yep.
Yeah, it's like I say, I wake up every day in one way. I'm gonna pay a smile forward one way or the other.
Yep.
Right.
Same here.
Yeah. I mean, what do you say?
I think I'm gonna sign off because we're getting tired. One more
run. Let's see what. Was it like midnight over your where you're at over there? Midnight.
Yeah, 12:30.
We're at 12:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. They got Earl next door to me in Pittsburgh there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Earl.
And now you know who to yell at, right? When the power goes out. Hey, Earl, my house number, got to turn that back on, please.
No, not me. I'm not turning no power off. Everybody needs their AC,
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, come see me tomorrow. I'm like I said, last run to Ohio, so come enjoy it. We're gonna have fun with that.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I'll be there.
All right, man. I'll be watching.
All right, guys. Have a good night, okay?
All right, you do the same. All right, see ya.
See ya, bud.
All right. Night. All right, Arnie, night.
Have a good one, bud.
You do the same. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of interesting because a couple of the other drivers were going to do the same thing. They were going to come on and do the little live feed like what we're doing right now. And I just happened to be the one, popped on here to go there, right? So when I came on and I read all your other guys' comments about, wanting me to go do a little live video, and talk about some of my stories, I figured I'd just start with a a few of the ones that really stick out in my head. Just so many. I mean, just so many, and some of the memories that I share, like on the fans page, some of the things that I was thinking from 5, 6, 7 years ago. That's how far back my my Facebook stuff lets me go. I don't have any of the other pictures anymore. I don't have the videos. I don't have the things that I used to have to do. It's all just up in my head. You know what I mean? So, oh yeah, and Robert, I know that you wanted to come on too. Somebody actually sent me the message and said, "Help Robert to get on here." The stream that you're watching right now, at the bottom, it's pinned to the stream. And if you exit the video and you just go into the comments and you click that little thing that's been pinned, then it will let you bring up another page to this. And when it clicks that Streamlab, StreamYard, whatever the thing is, it will give you a couple options to click either from a laptop or to click from an Android or an iPhone or whatever. And so those are the two options. You click one of them, it brings you in here. You enter a name, whatever, we can call you whatever. And then from there, you just go live. And then when that happens, you kind of get like put in a little waiting room, if you want to call it that. The person that's running this sees that you're on there, and then they allow you to come in, just like what I'm doing right now. And like I said, you can have up to 10 people in this thing at one time and have a big old conversation. You know what I mean? How you doing, Christopher? So yeah, that's what it is. Yep, and I seen Katrina up close and personal, and I don't want to see that again. I can tell you this: by the time that I got to Beaumont, I stopped down there at the TA is where I stopped. The guy that I picked up in Baton Rouge, right there. When I dropped him off at the truck stop, his family came, picked him up, and took his boat. Matter of fact, too. But when it was all said and done, the TAs used to have TVs in them. You mean they were just like everywhere. Everybody could sit down and watch, and they were showing where Katrina hit, and the truck stop that used to be on Interstate 10 is no longer there. It got demolished. It was around the corner is where it was, and it's just no longer there. It's gone. It was one of the places that I used to go to many, many times, but it ain't there no more. So seeing that next morning on the TV and seeing that truck, that was the only truck that was left in the parking lot. And you already know, from the bottom of the ground to the top of the trailer is 13'6". And I'm telling you, the only thing that you could see was the little marker lights at the top of his trailer. The actual truck, you could see the stacks sticking up. And the only thing that came to my mind is, I don't know if that driver was on home time or if he was in the truck, but I had hoped there was nobody in the truck. That's all I hoped. I never found out if there was somebody in there or not after that was all said and done, because they didn't show anything on the news, that kind of thing. So yeah, that was my thing. Literally, I drove 18 hours. I mean, that's what I ended up driving, because I wanted to get out of the rain. And you could only drive 10. And even if I would have drove 10, I probably would have stopped somewhere in the middle of Louisiana. I would have been right in the heart of all that when it came up. And that thing was, I just remember seeing on the radar that like the next day or whatever was huge. And it was supposed to hit the Gulf of Texas, like Galveston and stuff, way down there. And then for it to change and go from there all the way into Alabama, that is 400 miles, 600 miles, whatever it is. That's how much that thing changed. Night, Thomas. So those are just, yeah. I mean, some of my stories. I mean, I've been in blizzards. I've been in the tornadoes. I came up Interstate 35 one time, coming from Dallas, running into Oklahoma, go to Oklahoma City, and I was talking to one of my buddies in my ear on my Bluetooth, and you know, when you drive down on an interstate or whatever, and you're listening to the radio or something, you get that emergency broadcast things, right? Well, the emergency broadcast that came over my my speakers for my radio, basically, what it said was seek shelter. There's tornado in your area. Well, I knew there was wind, you know, and I knew there was possibility of tornadoes and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't know. And as I looked to my right, and I'm going to say within half mile or so, there was a tornado. Well, I happened to be going the same direction as the wind was circling. So in other words, it was behind me coming to me, but I was going the same direction. Well, my buddy was in my ear when that alarm went off, and he's like, "See, where's this tornado?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't see it. I see the wind. I know that the stuff is here. I can see it blowing around, but I don't know where it's at. I can't see it." You know what I mean? And when it touched down, it was literally, you know, however far, I don't know, quarter mile, something like that from my passenger door, looking out that window. And my buddy says, he goes, "Take a picture of the thing." And I'm like, "You're nuts. I ain't letting go of the freaking steering wheel. This thing's blowing me all over the place." You know what I mean? I've been in other ones coming down from Ohio, coming down 57 to where the 57 splits to the 55. And when you come over the Illinois bridge, I had seen trucks that were laid over. And as I got to the bottom, coming into the Missouri side, coming down 55, there was probably 10, 15 trucks laid over on the shoulder, in the median, all that kind of stuff. You know, wreckers everywhere, guys standing outside their trucks because of the tornadoes that just passed, that kind of thing. I was in Indiana one time when they shut down the 465 here a few years back because the whole power line came over the whole entire interstate, and so you had to find a workaround how to get around the Indianapolis on the 465. So I've been in a lot of different things. You know, I when I was up in just north of Duluth, Minnesota, a few years back, when the temperature got to minus 63. That's the coldest that I have ever seen it. Minus 63, and there was probably 20 mile an hour wind, 30 mile an hour wind. So it was minus, I don't know, crazy shit. I've been to Alaska, and I didn't see Alaska that cold. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, some of the things I've been through, some of the things I've done, you know, it's just what we do out here for driving, right? Janet's out there. I've seen Janet. And Kenny's going to bed, looks like. So yeah, I've been through a lot of different stuff. I've done a lot of different things, you know, and I've had all this stuff happen, whether I was driving when I first started way back when, you know, Grapevine used to be basically just 3 lanes. You know, it's kind of what it was. You had 2 lanes for cars, 1 lane for trucks, you know, going up over the Grapevine doing 55 miles an hour, you know, and then when you get to the top, they want you to come down doing 35. And I've seen people come down there, crash. You know, I've been on 4th of July up there, like where Dennis lives, Snoqualmie. I watched a lumber truck right in front of me, literally flatbed, lose his whole load of lumber, tipped it over, laid it over on its side, you know, sliding down the interstate, hit the center divider, you know, lumber, timber going everywhere, cars trying to avoid the pieces, you know, this and that and the other, you know. I've seen all that crazy stuff. I mean, you know, I've seen people, you know, get hurt. I've seen people, you know, break bones. I've seen people, you know, I've seen people fall in the fuel aisle. You know, like when you're filling up your car and you get that little drip that it does, and it drips on the ground. Well, imagine a big truck dripping diesel. Diesel is not like gas. It just doesn't dry up. So it gets slicker than baby snot. You know what I mean? I've seen people fall, bust their heads wide open in the fuel aisle. You know, lots. I mean, there's lots of stuff. I mean, you know, I've parked places, went to bed at nighttime, woke up, and I got snow halfway up my door. You know what I mean? To where, you know, you go to bed and the snow's on the ground. Next thing you know is it's right there halfway up your door, and I'm climbing out the window to get out of my truck to go inside the truck stop with snow up to my chest. You know what I mean? Have I ever watched Ice Road Truckers? Yes, I actually did, many times. And when I worked for Carlisle, long before Ice Road Truckers, I did one winter up there. My sister lives in Alaska, and I got to drive for one whole, basically, season up there. I made 40 grand in 4 months. That was kind of how I bought my first house. You know, what was that? Oh, 30 years ago now, whatever. So yeah, I've done all that stuff. I've driven across the lakes. I've been up to Juneau. I've been to, oh my God, so many places. You know, what you see on the TV show is not exactly true. It's staged to make it look like it's all that in a bag of chips. You know, they show the different drivers, but if they actually just showed you like what we do, one driver driving, all they're taking is the drama portion of it and making it so it's interesting for you guys to watch. You know what I mean? It's like when they get a blowout, you know, when understand this, that what we do down here is not what they do up there. When something breaks, you got to fix it. I'm sorry. It's bottom line. It's what it is. If you don't fix it, you're going to be stuck because you don't got radio signal. You don't got next to nothing in cell phone service up there, especially when it's wintertime and it's completely dark. You know what I mean? But they hype it up is what they do. And yes, it looks just like what you see. There's no doubt. You know, they have flats, blowouts. You know, when they drive across the lakes, if the lakes are too thin, and the truck goes through the lake, you see the guys, they're driving with their doors open because bottom line, if the thing goes through the ice and you want to go with it, leave your door shut. If you want to get out of it, you open your door because when the truck goes, it goes. Okay. I've seen trucks up there in the water. They sit there for a whole freaking winter time, and the next summer, usually they dig them out, get out there on a barge, and they pull them out. I've seen other trucks that are still there, been there for years and years and years, because they're never going to get them out. They're never going to go off the side of a cliff to go get them. They're never going to get them out of the lake. They're never going to get them. Right? I've seen whole loads dumped. I've helped one driver many years ago up there that his truck broke down, and no offense, I don't even know how cold it was. I'd say minus 50, minus 55, and he's out there walking this highway with a flashlight. And he heard me coming, and I picked him up and took him all the way up to what was the name of that fucking town? Started with a W. I don't even remember. But I took him up there and dropped him off where he had to go, and I had to go another 200 miles north of him. But literally, I picked him up, and he was walking, and you know, because his truck was dead. You know what I mean? And he didn't want to freeze in the truck. You know what I mean? And he didn't have nothing. Put on his little Eskimo suit, and out he went walking. You know. And I just happened to show up. So those are the odds of all that. So, you know, those are just, I said, some of my stories, you know what I mean? And, you know, I've been to every continent in the world. I don't know how many different countries I've been to. I've been to a lot of different places, you know, from me being in the service. That's how I was able to do those things. When I got back to the States after I got out of the service, during the time I was in the service is when I was building my first truck. And I had friends of mine that worked for Edelbrock and a few of the other big places that were actually helping me do the things that I was doing to my truck. You know, I'd send them money. When I would come home in my home time, I would go help with whatever. And by the time it was all said and done, I had the chassis was all done, the motor was all done. and I had to take the body and get the body done. I bought the whole truck and everything out of a wrecking yard down in California when they used to sell them. And that's what it is, and that's how I did it. I bought somebody's truck that had a cracked frame, and I boxed it, and I rebuilt the whole entire truck. And then when I had the truck, I didn't have a trailer to go with it, and that took me another 6 months or so to buy a trailer. And I, instead of the trailer having the little cheap wood that you see, my trailer had teak wood, which is what they use on like in China. That's the wood that never rots when it gets wet, harder than all get out. That's just my stuff, you know. That's what I did, you know. When me and the first ex-wife divorced, you know, I didn't have a truck anymore. Kind of got taken away from me, and then I, you know, went out and I got a couple Mickey Mouse jobs, this and that and the other. And then when I came back out a couple of 3 years later, I had to do a refresher course, you know, and go out with a trainer, all that kind of crap. Just like what you see Dennis training somebody, I had to do that, the same thing. Even though I had more experience than the trainer, I still had to go out with the trainer. You know what I mean? And so I've done that 4 times, come out with a refresher course. The last time that I came out is when I met my buddy here, Danny, and he can tell you the stories of how we met. You know what I mean? I worked for many, many different companies, you know, even Dennis's company. I worked for them. Not very long, but I did. I worked for Schneider. I worked for Swift. Worked for ABF. I worked for USA. I worked for Heartland. Worked for Western Express. You want me to keep going? I've had a lot of different companies, jobs, flatbed, box, reefer, dry van, tanker. What do you want? You know what I mean? No, I ain't really writing a book. You know, the funny thing is, like when I grew up, you know, because of me growing up in LA, and some people have heard me, but I went to school with Snoop Dogg. Okay. The kids in the band of Striper that live down in Norwalk. I literally, I know who they are. Same as Amy Grant. You know what I mean? I know these people. I've met them. You know what I mean? So many people. But you've seen Jesse James and Chip Foose. Well, they were friends of mine from way back when. Okay, and those were some of the guys that actually helped me do the things that I did when I started driving truck. Okay. Geez, wow. The old memories. Well, here's my point. When my son, my oldest son, when he was just a little kid, he told me a story once, and I didn't know if he would even remember these people. I really didn't. And he just happened to be watching Jesse James on TV. And this is what he told me. He said, I was watching the show, and Grandma came up behind me and started yelling at me and pointing at the TV. And she goes, you see that guy right there? That son of a bitch used to come to my house with your dad, blah, blah, blah. And I went, really? You know what I mean? And it was like, he goes, I didn't know. He said, I've heard all you say the stories, but it didn't click until I remembered that being a little kid. And I went, okay. You know, and he goes, then afterwards, you know, he's now, you know, 35 years old, right? So now he's actually got to meet some of the people that I know, like one of the guys that I was in the service with, because I don't have any of those, you know, records and pictures, right? One of the guys that I was in the service with hit me up after, I don't know, 25, 26 years since I've seen him in the service, right? And we were on the same boats, the same bullshit. So anything you want to go ask him. His name is Sean Gallatin. He's on my friends list. I mean, go ask him. He'll tell you. You want to talk to one of my older friends. His name is David. I've known him since I was in 7th grade. One of my older friends that I've known since I was in 2nd grade. His real name is Mike, but he goes by Antonio, and he's on my Facebook. And if you don't believe any of the bullshit that I say, you can go ask all these people. You know, I've got friends that are different parts of the country and the world, and you can ask them. You know what I mean? So, you know, I get it. Some of my stories sound, you know, far fetched and this and that. I don't give two shits. Go ask. You know, these people will tell you. You know, and that's just bottom line. So, you know, what can I say? You know, I mean, that's my life. You know, I can't change my life, right? So that's it. I mean, you know, but I've been to, I don't know, 200 concerts in my life, most of them for free. I used to get into the Whiskey a Go Go and Fenders and a bunch of the other clubs that were in LA. You know, I've been to the S Festival. I went to Cal Jam when that happened. I've seen Motley Crue before they first started. I've met Eddie Van Halen. I actually got to play with Randy Rhoads when I was a kid. So, I mean, I have a lot of stories, but that's just me. You know, I've met Randy's sister and his brother. You know, it's just stories. I have lots of stories. You know, but it's all true. I mean, that's when growing up in LA. I mean, you've seen the Beach Boys. You know, I've been to their house in Torrance. You know, I've been to can't think of their name. They live in Downey. Carpenter. There you go. Karen Carpenter and her. I can't think of her brother's name right now. Been to their house. I don't know how many times. You know, you walk in the side of their house. It looks like a giant staircase thingy. The bottom of it just sits a big old grand piano, and on the wall right above the grand piano is a big old picture of Karen. Wow. I mean, you know, so, wow. Just, I mean, what can I don't know. Just lots of stories, right? Yeah. Let's see. Michelangelo Badio is another one. I got to meet him at a golf course up on Reseda Boulevard, which is Lakewood Boulevard turns into Reseda. I got to meet him at a golf course thing. Seeing Van Halen, when I first met him, he played at a wedding. As how I saw him, he didn't have David Lee Roth. They weren't even in the picture. I saw him at playing at a wedding. This is what I saw him playing. You know what I mean? And it was kind of, he wasn't really doing the tapping thing that he does now. It was kind of similar, but it really wasn't. You know what I mean? He was playing different like you know, the gigolo, you know, just a gigolo everywhere, right? He was playing stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's what he was playing, but he had the rock and roll style to it, to where he was change it up, you know, like he did with Pretty Woman. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's you know, that's what I said. It's my life, you know. And no offense, a long time ago, when my son was in his 20s, somewhere in there, I guess, and I was telling him all the stories, you know, all the people that I grew up with that were famous. You know what I mean? From Jesus, from I've met Ozzy Osbourne. I've the guys from Black Sabbath when they first started, Lars and Kurt. I met them, seen them with Ozzy, Iron Maiden. Oh my God, so many different bands. I mean, just so many. You know, because that was LA. I mean, that's what we did. You know, you had the studios right there, you had the beach right there, you had everything you needed. You know, and it was just LA. You know, and you didn't have to go but 30 miles from where I live to be in LA. You know, to go right there to Santa Monica Pier, drive up and down Whittier Boulevard. You know, Interstate 10. You've seen Brooke and Johnny and the rest of them. They could drive Interstate 10 all the way to right to Santa Monica Pier and go up to 101. You know, Thousand Oaks or wherever they wanted to go. You know, I mean, this. You know, drive the other way at 101, end up in San Diego. You know, what can I tell you? I got to play with Conway Twitty at a USO tour You've seen Dennis talk, or you've heard him talk about being on the aircraft carriers and stuff. When you're out in the middle of the ocean, what they do is they dock the ships next to each other. They make a big old circle. In other words, they put the carrier out here and they put a ship on the side, a mooring line that goes to it, and a mooring line. Everybody drops anchors. Da 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 da. Okay, and I was on the Carl Vincent, is what I was on. It was an aircraft carrier, and he came to do a USO tour. And when I was in the service, there was a couple of guys that I was there with. One of them was T-Bird, and the other one was LeBounty. And us three got to play with Conway Twitty when he was still alive in, what was that, like 84? So, 1984. So Kenny Chesney, I met him at a bar when he was first starting out. It was called Rock and Rodeo down in California. He was actually covering Garth Brooks songs way back then, is what he was doing. Let's see, Chris Ledoux. I got to meet Chris Ledoux. I've met Travis Tritt. Oh my God, Travis Tritt, Alan Jackson. I didn't get to meet, like, shake his hand, Vince Gill. But I got to stand within like 8, 9, 10 feet of him when he was with Travis Tritt. So so many people, so many, you know what I mean? That's just, when I was younger, I didn't pay for, going to concerts. I always just kind of snuck in, knew people, got backstage passes, whatever, got to go to the after parties because everything was in California, what do you do, wow, are there subdivisions too? What do you mean subdivisions? How about the Eagles? No, I got to the band America. They did a thing down on the 101 in Palos Verdes when they did one of their little videos. So I got to see the band America. The Eagles, I always wanted to go to one of their concerts, but I never did. Just never did. Some of the old ones, like Jan and Dean, if you know who they are. I actually got to meet Jan. He was the one that was like handicapped after he got in a car accident. But I got to meet him. The Beach Boys and them they were like friends, even though they were Jan and Dean were more or less from Torrance per se. And the Beach Boys were more like from Inglewood, that area. But they did ended up move to Torrance. That's where they ended up going. So, yeah, a lot of people. When they filmed the movie Grease, and you see the park that they're playing in, my girlfriend at the time, her name was Sherry. She lived in the backside of that school. That school is actually they don't use it anymore. It's not really condemned. They just don't use it. Okay, and they turned that into the park where they did the movie Grease. So I got to meet Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta and like a few of the other ones. I can't remember their names. They're famous, but I can't remember them. The guy that actually, when I was I think it was 14, the guy that built the clear fiberglass hood in that movie, I actually got to help him learn how to mold plastic, and so that's when I was a young kid. So those are just, as I said, those are some of my stories. I mean, just some. I have, so many. What can you say? Just so many. Right? Yeah. See, I'd like to meet somebody like that. That was, like old. I would have like Charlie Daniels, Johnny Cash, Chris Christopherson. I would have liked to have met some of those older, even like now, Hank Williams Jr. That kind of, I wouldn't mind, sitting down shooting the shit with some of them. I mean, I like to pick up a guitar with them because I really would. And yes, I do play guitar, and I don't care what anybody says. You know, been playing for a long time. But you know, I guess I'm just out of practice because I don't really play like I used to. You know, um, I gotta now. I've got my dad's '64. Um, no, wait, it's a '62 Fender Jaguar and a '59 Gibson Les Paul Junior double cutaway. Those are the two that my dad gave me when he passed away. I do have another professional studio guitar that my son got me for my birthday last year because all my other guitars and all my other amps, everything that I had, burnt to the ground. And when I bought my acoustic, I gave that to my grandson. Gave it so my son knew that I didn't play, and he knew that that's one of my pastimes. You know, I just love to pick it up. With my scar and everything that I have on me now, it's harder to hold the guitar against my stomach because of this scar. So, and it just becomes a pain in the butt. I mean, I can still do it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, it hurts. You know what I mean? So, oh yeah, Willie Nelson, wouldn't that be a kicker? You know, go say, no offense, I'd sit down and smoke pot with Willie Nelson because I bet you money he's got the stuff for me. You know what I mean? Or even with Snoop Dogg, you know as well as I do. You know, oh my God, right? Or just to sit down with him, and shoot the shit, right? Oh man, I've seen Willie Nelson. I've actually seen his bus, and that always freaked me out because his bus runs off vegetable oil. So when he drives by, it smells like French fries. I mean, so can you imagine? He sits there, smokes pot, and his bus smells like French fries. He's probably got the munchies all day long. Right? Yeah. So Willie Nelson. Seven Spanish Angels with him and Ray Charles. That's one of my, or Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, that kind of thing. I got a couple of the albums, that kind of thing. But I like Willie and Waylon. Those are one of my favorites. But my all-time favorite country singer is Merle Haggard. He is one of my all-time because the song "The Fugitive," that's my song right there. So if you like country music, go Google Merle Haggard, "The Fugitive," because that's my song right there, and that'll bring a tear to my eye every time I hear that. Just because, it's like listening to a little bit of chicken fried, right? Cold beer on a Friday night, right? Pair of jeans fit just right. That's one of them songs, and what are the words? I used to raise a lot of cane back in my younger day, while Mama used to pray my crops would fail. Now I'm alone. I can't even do the word. A lonesome fugitive with just two ways: outrun the law or spend my life in jail. Down every road, there's always one more city. A fugitive must be a rolling stone, right? So that's the name of that, right? Yeah, I seen Ray Charles' relatives today. All right, cool, right on. Yeah, biodiesel, right? Biodiesel, a new alternative fuel. Could you imagine all the pot smokers like in Denver or something like that? You drive one of them biodiesel things down the road and they're sitting there smoking pot on the corner, getting all stoned. And next thing you know, they smell French fries, can't figure out where it's coming from, start chasing the cars down the road or something. Oh my God. Willie, Waylon, Merle. Oh, back in the 80s. See, when I was driving, I used to go down to Twitty's. Conway Twitty had a big, nice place that had 3 dance floors in the thing. You could have 3 different bands up in there. And it ended up burning to the ground. But I used to go there when I was driving truck, and one particular day I had got down to go see, and that's kind of where I saw Chris Ledoux was down there. But before all that is when Willie and Waylon and everybody was down there that weekend before, and I couldn't make it for that weekend. And so when I got down there to see, it was like, wow, but I did get to see Chris Ledoux, and wow, I mean, a real life cowboy that plays guitar, you know what I mean? So, what do you say, right? What do you say? But anyways, let's see, what is it? 10:30 my time here, so I already know it's late where everybody else is on the other side of the world over there, right? That's just, there's some of my stories. I mean, I can tell you some good ones too, boy. Let me tell you. Some scary things too. When I was a kid, 15 years old or so, where I grew up in LA, on Cherry Boulevard, this is the name of the street, between Carson and Del Amo, there are cemeteries on both sides of this road, and we used to call it the mile-long drag strip because there was only one entrance from the one side where the housing track was that came out onto the street. So we used to race right there all the time. We could have guys sitting at the far end on a little walkie-talkie talking to us at the other end, and tell if there was any cops, any of that kind of stuff, and that's where we would drag race. The funny part is this cemetery. When we, being kids, we used to go in the cemeteries because we lived right there, you know what I mean? And we go, no offense, but nobody goes into cemeteries, so you could go in there, sit all night, drink beer, you could do all this, crazy stuff, right? Well, in this particular cemetery, they have a room, and you walk in this room, and there's no lights, there's no nothing. But you know how they do like etchings on the wall of like, lions and tigers and that kind of thing, that you see that are like etched into the wall, right? Well, you'd walk into this thing at nighttime, and you'd walk about 10 feet in, and to your left, you'd walk about 8 feet, and then you'd walk 10 feet back behind you, and then there was a room that's kind of where they put the, no offense, that's where they put the bodies before they brought them out to the actual grave, in the casket, right? And they put them in that room because that's where they were. Well, we would go out there to this room because at nighttime, when you walked in there, pitch black out at night, but when you walk inside this room, it started glowing red, right? And for the longest time, after the first 3 or 4 times of me going in there, nobody could ever figure out why this room was glowing red. And we found out later on, one of the guys that I had known being, going to junior high school, that kind of thing, had went in there and painted this with that glow-in-the-dark paint. And that is why the walls were glowing red. But at the same time, he put those little etchings on the walls, so they look like lions and tigers because of how when he painted this thing, that little red color or whatever. And so that was kind of freaky. Okay, the other cemetery across from that had a big steeple, and that steeple was on the corner of San Antonio and Cherry. And during the nighttime, that big old bell in that steeple would ring, and there's no way to get up to that steeple at all. No way, not for anybody, because they closed it down long time ago. But every now and then you'd go up there and you'd be sitting there and you would hear that bell ring. All right. This bunch of crazy stuff, So, just that's us, me growing up as a kid, What can I say? It's just my stories, right? One of my buddies. The reason that I don't drive motorcycle anymore, because on that cemetery row, as we all used to drag strip, in the center of that, where that one street is, there is a park right there. And it's one particular day, nice summer day. Matter of fact, it was in July. Um, we're all sitting back in the park, kids getting stoned, drinking beer, talking to our girlfriends and all that stuff. And my buddy's name's Larry. He was driving his Kawasaki, big 1250, and he had it at about 180 miles an hour. And there was this little old lady that came out of the church portion of it, the cemetery with the steeple. And she came out of the church portion of it, and she couldn't figure out how to get back into it. Well, what she did was she turned into the park. The park is a one-way street, and when you pull out along your left side as you're pulling up to the street, it's a big 18-foot brick fence. So it's brick. It's not so somebody just climb in the cemetery. It's 18 feet tall. And as she pulled up to this corner, she couldn't see. So she started inching her big old long Ford country sedan station wagon out a little bit further. And when she could see, she realized the road was clear. What she didn't see is that my buddy was racing his bike. So by the time she got in the middle of this little 3-lane, it was 3 lanes both sides. When she got to that middle lane, he T-boned her, pushed that motor out of the car from the driver's side to the passenger side. His motorcycle got left standing up between the rear of the front driver's tire and the door jamb. That's where he hit her. When we all heard the crunch from being in the park, all thing we saw was something going through the air. And it landed about 400 feet from where all this stuff happened. My buddy Larry was only wearing a pair of shorts when all that stuff happened. So when he hit the ground, his arms and his legs and skin and all the rest of it started coming off. He hit so hard that his head came off of his body and rolled. Well, us being in the park, we're probably, 8 mile away. And so we saw it all happen. We didn't know it was him until a couple days later, because the bike was just mangled. You know what I mean? You couldn't tell license plate number. It couldn't, nothing, right? The lady that was driving the country sedan, she got a broken foot out of the deal. Is all that happened to her. We didn't know exactly what had happened, but by the time we all ran out to the street to where this happened, and everybody was like running down to see where the guy went, you know what I mean? And next thing you know is everybody's finding body parts and chunks of skin and all the rest of it, right? And then a couple of days later, that's when we actually found out that it was my buddy Larry that passed away, and it was his mom got contacted by the police. That's how they found out it was him. She called one of my buddies, and then they, chain of command, they all call everybody else, right? That's how we found out. And that was one of the last times that I ever rode a motorcycle. So, I got friends that ride, believe me, and I've got friends in different biker clubs, biker groups. I know people from the Mongols, Hells Angels. I know a lot of people from a lot of different groups. Okay, I do, but I don't ride. A lot of my friends ride, and they're patch holders for other different things. So just my life, you know what I mean? It's just me. And on that note, I need a cigarette, because that's some memories I never even thought I'd talk about again. Wow. And yeah, I've had a friend of mine way back when, um, younger and dumb and stupid, and everybody used to, do 8 balls and cocaine, slam dope, that kind of thing, needles, right, all the crap. And I was out on the Kern River, which is sort of out where Jerry lives, kind of, out that way. And we were out on the river, and one of my buddies died. I was 16, and he put a needle in his arm, and he died on the boat when we were on the river, and we couldn't get downriver fast enough. And so, because we were all freaking out that we were going to go to jail for this and that and the other, one of my buddies, his mom worked for the USC Medical Center, which is the big hospital in LA. And did I just? Oh, I don't know what happened here. My thing went stupid. So we ended up we took him to her front door is what we did, and dropped him on her front door, and she ended up called 911, the whole deal. And that's kind of how that all played out. But that's what you get for using, that's the crap we had way back when I was younger, dumb and stupid. All right, because that was that's what everybody did back then. Everything was different than what it is now. Oh yeah. Oh, I've seen right in front of me on one of my highways out here. I watched a guy in a Corvette rear end a big truck, and I'll just say the front of the Corvette went underneath the tandems of the trailer, and there wasn't much left of the guy because he hit the DOT bar, and it kind of ripped the, how Corvettes got the little T-top thing right there, and some of them, well, it ripped that whole T-top off, and I'll just say the trunk was sitting where the DOT bar was, and the front end of the car was underneath the tires with the motor, and somewhere amongst that mess is where the driver was. So, and I've seen it happen in front of me many times. I've watched big trucks crash into big trucks. I've seen when you get back, like where Matt's at back there, I've seen on the 76, on the 95, on the 80, on the 70. I've seen multiple truck wrecks, car wrecks. I've seen all of them. You know what I mean? Almost was in one, except for, lo and behold, I always had a radio, and it usually could reach out about 15 miles or so. So, I've been in those situations when you're stuck on a freeway for 3-4 hours because of accidents, and then they have you back up on an interstate to get off of the interstate, and I had to back up almost 3 miles one time just to get off the interstate because the whole interstate was shut down, and there wasn't enough, on a 2-lane, there ain't enough room to turn around, so you just literally back up on a 2-lane, and you just back up until you get to the off ramp, and then they turn you around and you go the other way. So yep, had my share, all the stuff. Any questions? I mean, anything you want to know? You want to talk about or whatever? I don't know. Yeah, now we need a happy story. Let's see, happy story. All right. Wow. Okay. About 4 years ago. I was actually up in Michigan, where I was, and I had got to this delivery, and I delivered my stuff, and I pull into this little parking lot, and it's a nice little restaurant. And what I saw was the sign for, it was like fish or something, fish and chips, or something to do with fish, anyways. But it was a nice little restaurant, and I pull up in this restaurant, and I'm the only one in here. I'm literally, it's just me and the waitress and whoever's doing the cooking, that kind of thing. And I sit down at the booth right next to where you would walk in, and the next thing you know, is a family showed up, right? And it was a husband and a wife, and they had two kids. The oldest um, was the son. I'm imagining he was probably 2 years old, three tops, and then they had a brand new baby that was probably 2, 3 months old, something like that. And they were sitting in the booth in front of me, not directly, like one booth and then another booth. They were sitting in the third booth, so the booth between me and them were open, right? And so I'm sitting there, and I had ordered my food, and as I'm sitting there, the waitress starts bringing out the crayons and bringing out the stuff for the little boy to color. And the next thing you know, is I hear the little boy. He's talking, and his voice, the pronunciation out of this little kid was just immaculate. I have never in my life ever heard a kid talk like this, ever, ever. I mean, just the wording was so clear, perfect, right? And so as I sat there, the mom had got up and the dad held the little baby. And mom went out to the car and got a bottle to bring back. And during that time, the waitress had come up to their table and, asked if they were ready to order. And no, we'll wait till my wife gets back, that kind of thing. And she asked the little kid, is there something that you would like? You want, you want some carrot sticks, you want some celery, you want some apple, you want some peaches. And what I heard was the dad say, no, we can't afford that right now. We'll just wait and then we'll order, and the waitress was kind of like stunned, you know what I mean? And so she walks away, and the wife comes back in with the bottle, starts feeding the baby, and then after they're still sitting there and they're still kind of debating, and they get this little, what are those, 2-ounce bottles or 4-ounce bottle, whatever it was. So when the baby was pretty much done with that, still kind of fussy, I guess you'd say, a little fussy. And so the dad got up and went out to the car. And as the dad goes up to get out to the car, what I heard out of the little 2-year-old boy, damn, I'll just say this, damn near made me cry. Okay. And the reason is because he said, Mom, can I have some apple slices and stuff? And his mom said, no, we can't afford that right now. We don't get to do this very much to come out to eat. But we'll get something. Don't worry, that kind of thing. And I was like, oh my God, right? And so about that time, the waitress comes up, and as the dad's outside, she brings a little plate of food for the kid, and it had all the little, the little just apple slices to where he could just pick it up and just eat it. They were so like paper thin. She actually went back there and cut up this apple, and cut up the little orange, and cut up the bananas, and brought the grapes. She brought all this stuff for that little kid, and she sets it down at the table, and she goes, "This is for him. It's on me, right?" And I was like, "Well, that's cool." Right? That was just straight up cool. Well, the dad comes in, and they order, and he was asking about the who brought this, or who this, how much is this going to cost, that kind of thing, and I can hear him, the husband and wife, talking back and forth, and the next thing out of that little kid's mouth, it's like, Dad, can I have this and this? And he goes, no, I can't afford this. He goes, I just started a new job, and I know you don't understand, but I don't have a lot of money right now. It made me snivel. So and he's telling his son, I don't have a lot of money. Maybe the next time when we come, we can't do this all the time, but when we come, I'll make sure that I get you something for you that you can have instead of sharing and all that, right? And he starts talking about the lady, the waitress. The little kid starts talking about the lady that brought all this stuff, and he's like, yeah, she's a good person. Most people don't do that. Most times they bring something to your table, you have to pay for it, right? And he's asking his son. He's like, do you understand? He's trying to be as like politically correct as he can be, I guess you'd say, with his son, and that the wording out of this little kid's mouth, he was just like perfect. I mean, the conversation that I was hearing between the mom, it was just a normal conversation. I mean, there was no screaming and there was no yelling, there was no arguing. There was just literally a conversation between this little kid and his mom and his dad, and they were just having the conversation about, him going to work, starting a new job, not having a lot of money, all that kind of stuff. So I'm sitting there and I'm listening to this, right? And I about lost it. I mean, literally, I lost it. You know what I mean? So I finished my food, and as I'm finishing my food, I hear the little boy, and he said, "Can I have dessert?" And his dad just looked at him and he said, I tried to explain to you that it costs money for these things, and I don't have a lot of money right now, and I really, really would like to buy you these things, but I don't get paid for another 2 weeks. He goes, maybe not the next time I get paid, but the time after that, we'll be able to come back, right? About this time, the waitress is standing there, and me sitting close to the door, the little register's to my left, where she's, and I look at her, and she looks at me, and she's just got that, that look, right? So when I heard all that, I stood up, went to the little waitress's station. Now, mind you, I had about $7,000 in my pocket. Okay, that's what I had, and so I walked up to the register and I took out two $100 bills. I set them up on the counter. The lady looks at me and she goes, "What's this for?" And I said, "The first 100 is I'm paying their bill. The rest of that 100 is a tip for you for giving the little boy all the apple slices, bananas, all that stuff." And she just kind of looked at me and she said, "What's the other $100 for?" And I said, "When I leave, I want you to give it to them and tell them they can come back again. They don't have to wait 2 weeks. And that the little boy can have dessert now, and he can have it again come the next time." Right? The waitress lady goes, "Oh my God." And she goes, where do people like you come from?" I said, "We're everywhere. So it's not just you know. And so I said, "You just wait till I get out, because I'm driving the truck that's out there, and I got to get out. I don't tell them where it came from. Don't tell them nothing." So I walk outside. I go out and I get in my truck. And as I'm sitting in my truck, I see this guy come out, and he comes flying out of the door, and he's just looking to see where I went. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And he didn't catch me or anything, but that little restaurant. About 3, 4 days later, I Googled it and I found the address. And you know how websites have reviews, right? The, the waitress left for me a review and said, "Thank you. You know, I don't know who you are. Da 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 da. You know, the world needs more people like you." Right? The husband and wife also left a message on that website. This is what it said. Give me a second. He basically said, "I know you don't know me. I don't know you. I hope you see this," right? He said, ugh, that bug. He said, "I just got a brand new job. We had just moved into a house when I lost my other job and I was having problems financially. And I took my wife and my son and my daughter out to have food." He goes, "I could only order so much because I didn't have any money." He said, "So when the next people came in to here," he said, "not only did I buy them their meal," he said, "I was able to keep enough to where I could come back again and buy my son a piece of cake," right? And he said, on top of that, the waitress gave me the rest of the money that you gave for her, she gave to me. He said, and that was the reason I paid it forward to somebody else. Okay? So, 2 years ago, I'll tell you another happy story. I went to a Denny's, Christmas time, right? Denny's are normally packed. I had just got part of my settlement from when my house burnt down. And I'm sitting across from a little old lady, a little old guy, probably in their 70s, whatever they are, you know. And I can hear them talking. And the husbands, you know, they're talking about their family and, you know, that nobody's going to be coming over to their place for Christmas and they all want them to go there, but they can't, that kind of thing. So I'm listening to them talk, right? Now, as I sit there, my now going to be ex-wife sitting across from me, I said, I'm going to pay for their meal, right? She looked at me and she's like, "What?" And I said, "I'm going to pay for their meal." And I said, "I think I'm going to get them a gift card too, right?" And you know, she gives me the, "Oh my God, thank you." She's almost starting to cry sitting at the booth, you know. And so the waitress, you know, comes over to give me some coffee, and I'm like, you know, I'm kind of giving her the, you know, "come here" kind of thing. And so when she leans over, I said, "Look, I want to pay for their meal." I say, "Here's my card, whatever it is, you know, give yourself a tip too, da 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 da." And so I paid for it. And as you know, they're getting done with their meal. They asked for the check, and the lady said, "It's already been paid for." They looked around and said, "I don't know who paid for this, but thank you." You know, and that's pretty much what they said. And then as they get it, you know, they're starting to stand up, getting their stuff ready. The lady comes back, gives them the gift card. So you know, they're all kind of, you know, happy, smiley, kind of a thing. I took it a step further. I paid for the whole entire restaurant and gave every single person in that restaurant a $20 gift card for Christmas. So I'll call it the Secret Santa because that's what I did. All right. And when me and the wife left out of there, we're standing at the register, and I got a stack of gift cards. You can buy them for every restaurant. Whether, I don't care, Jack in the Box, Carl's, you pick a restaurant. You can buy a gift card, right? And so the manager had to come out and cash all these things in. I don't know, it was like a couple $1,000, whatever it was, right? I don't know. Didn't really care. Put it on my card and paid for it. It was done. The manager's like, do you want me to tell anybody that you're doing this? And I'm like, no. So me and the wife went out in front, and we sat there and watched all these people come out of the restaurant. It was, oh my God, who would do that? That they're looking, maybe it was this person, maybe it was that person, right? And me and the wife were just kind of sitting out there, and I'm like, feels good, doesn't it? Made somebody smile, and they're picking out people in the restaurants who they think did it, and then those people come out and they're not the ones who did it. And me and her watched every single person come out of that restaurant smiling, right? Right? Period. That is the power that you have to make somebody's day in a nutshell, right? Whatever literally, buying somebody a drink, coffee, there was a homeless dude, when I lived in Oregon. I had just got my tax return one year, and I was going out to eat, and we were going to a Red Lobster where we were going. So I was all, dressed up and all fancy. And as I come up to the off-ramp, there's a guy standing on the corner. He's an old man, and he has a sign up, and I ain't even kidding. All it says is, all I want is a beer. That's what his sign said, right? All I want is a beer. It was 110 degrees that day. I see the guy standing there, and I called him over to the car, and I'm like, what are you doing out here, dude? It's 110. Literally, you're holding the sign, I want a beer, and he's like, I don't get my disability check for however long, and the place where I was staying, I don't have enough, money to be out there. And he goes, I figured, well, everybody else panhandling, come out to the corner, hold their sign, and I'm like, dude, really? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I want a beer, but I'm kind of hungry, Well, across the street from the Red Lobster was a Jack in the Box. So I gave the old man $1,000, and I said, go buy yourself some food at Jack in the Box. He just looked at me like I was nuts. And I said, I'm not kidding. I said, and he's like, I can't take this, that, and that, and I'm like, hey, it's 110 degrees out here, dude. You need to get out of the heat for starters. Go in there and get you something to eat. Go get you a taxi. Go back to pay for your motel room, whatever you're going to do with it, whatever, I don't care, And so he walked over to Jack in the Box. Now I go into the Red Lobster, we sit down, we order. The next thing I see is this old man comes out of Jack in the Box carrying 4 big bags of whatever kind of food he had just got from there. And he comes out, and he's, how you go into a restaurant, and in the back one side there'll be the little trash can right there, right? Well, he goes back to the trash can because it's where the shady part is, and he's sitting there eating his food. And I'm like, oh my God. All right. I walked out of the Red Lobster right across the street to the old man. I said, why aren't you eating inside? He said, they won't let me in there because I stink. I haven't had a shower a couple of days, da-da-da-da. I said, bullshit, dude, come with me. He just kind of looked at me, and I said, look, pick up your stuff. We're going in here to eat, dude. Right? And so he picked up his bags. We walked inside. And as soon as we got to where we were sitting down at the booth, the little manager or whatever she was come there and said, he can't be in here. Right? He's, making the customers. And I said, you know what? I said, he just bought 4 bags of food here. I said, I don't know how much money he spent. I said, but I just gave this guy $1,000, and I'm going to sit right here with him while he eats his food. Right? Period. I sat right there. The lady, um, I ain't even kidding. She's like, he needs to leave the restaurant. He's causing all my other customers this and that and the other, you know? And I sat there. And then from there, you remember the old restaurants, some of the right outside that always have payphones and stuff, right? He used change, literally called a taxi cab, and the taxi cab took him back to a motel. About 3, 4 weeks later, I see the same old man. He went out and he bought him a whole bunch of brand new clothes, the whole deal. And that little old man went and got him a job, right? And when I saw him, he's like, yeah, he goes, I used the money. It paid for about a week in a motel room. I used the rest of it, got me some clothes, and I was able to get a big old bus pass to where I could go back and forth to work. And I'm like, really? That's kind of cool, you know? And he's like, yeah, you gave me money and it helped me better myself to da 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 da, you know? And I was like, and he's like, how do I pay you back? And I'm like, you don't. I said, you pay it forward. All right? That was, what was it, 1998 is when that was. All right? Period. Oh, some of the good things, you see, may sound sad, but those are good things, you know. What else? What else you want to hear? That's just my stories. That's just me, 100%. Anything else? I know my phone's about to die. I've been standing out here for a couple hours. I see. I got 6% left on my phone. Nah. I'm not. I'm just a normal everyday person. You know what I mean? But I've been doing this for so long that is just me. You know, that's me. If you can't tell, my phone just went crazy dark. So, well, I'm gonna have a cigarette. I've been trying to smoke the dang thing for a long time. Let's see. Was it just a dim portion? Oh yeah, it just dimmed. Okay, now I got 5%. Yeah, you know, I'm good with all you can eat crab legs, and if I got money, I'll throw some money in there. I ain't worried about it. But it's like I told Dennis, if you're gonna do that, you got to have a place to be. You got to get a motel room, and the closest thing to me is within 30 miles. That's how far I am from the nearest town out here. Okay. That's literally it. If you come from like where I came when I got my Bluetooth today, it took me an hour to get out to Interstate 40. That's how long it takes from where I'm at. And that's the only way you can get here. You can't. The only other way is to come from Phoenix. That's the only way you can get out here. The next closest town to me that has hotels is 30 miles. That's why I said that's the closest place. Right? Yeah, I'm not going to change. You know what I mean? No offense. This is my third divorce. I'm still not changing me for anybody. You know, I'm not doing it. You know, never have, never will. Period. I'm always helping somebody, some way, somehow, always, just constantly. You know, even with my buddy yelled at me the other day when we went out to go help his friends. My buddy made $100. I didn't make any money out of that. I just helped. All right. But his buddy, when I was out there helping, and I didn't go sit with everybody else. I went, kind of sat out on the trailer, and his buddy says, "Is your friend okay?" And I hollered at him. I said, "I'm just fine. Don't worry about me." You know. And he's like, "Well, it's kind of hot out here. You're sitting out there all by yourself, and I already know the things that are going on with you, this, and that, and the other." And I said, "Hey, I'm okay. You know, I ain't dead just yet. You know what I mean? Right? Oh, yeah. I'm not putting nothing either, huh? Yeah. Well, in the morning when my phone charges, I'm also going to send you a little bit of something for Dennis. And if I don't send it to you, I'll send it to Dennis, and then he could give it to you. Uh, you realize that it was Tanya and a few other people that actually helped buy Dennis the Keurig that's going to go in his truck, right? Um, Tanya had called me up and asked me um, different things about what would go in Dennis's truck. And I said, for as long as I've known Dennis, he has never had a coffee pot in his truck. I said, I even offered to give him my coffee pot that I had when I was in my truck when he came out to the house and we barbecued those big old tomahawk steaks that everybody saw the video. Um, I offered to give him a couple other different things that actually came out of my truck. Now you see he has a propane cook stove, right? You saw him, he bought one. He also bought the electric skillet. All those things that he's doing are the things that I used to do. You know what I mean? I told Michael, I said, if you come down my way, I said, I'll give you the propane. That's one of the things that I do got um, that I kept, when me and her split up. So, and I don't need it anymore because I don't know if I'm going to be driving truck, but I do know what it takes to, do this, and I know what those guys do. Whether he wants it or not, it's a different story, right? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I got to make sure how much thing I got on my phone here. I'm gonna go in there, go sit down. I got my phone charger. My buddy actually put a outlet outside of his house so that I could charge my phone. So that's where I'm going to go right now. I'm going to walk over here and try not to run into everything that's over here. But yeah, he literally installed an outlet on the outside of his house so that I could sit out here and chat and do all my stuff. I had to turn my phone around so I could see where I'm going because it's darker than all 30 out here right now. So it's not that I'm not trying to show you me. It's just what I'm doing. Oh yeah. Here we go. Turn my thing around here. Let me put this down. Let me get my little charging cord. All right. Oh, what is it, Janet?